Okay, hello, we're live. How's it going? Oh, where's my avatar? There it is. Hello, hi Pierogi. Guess what? What? What happened? What am I supposed to guess? Hi, Cube Miser. How's it going? Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Pierogi, for the sub. That means so much. I'm a little bit off today. I'm I don't know, not feeling my best. So I'm just doing my best. I'm doing the best I can today. Let's go mess around in Mycoflora. Turn me into a squirrel. Let's go. Take a break. We just started. The stream just began. Oh wait, I do need to fix the ad schedule. When I'm streaming with code, we do 1 minute ads and just kind of deal with pre-roll ads when they come up. But when I'm streaming alone, I put ads up to 3 minutes every hour, and then I get a break. If you're feeling bad, don't stream. I mean, we have a stream schedule. It's my job. Oops, I accidentally minimized the GDTuber window. I don't know. If I have a full-time job, I can't just be like, I'm feeling sad today, I can't go into work, you know? A job is a job, you gotta be there. Man, I don't even know what I want to work on. Oh, the snake is not here. Hide the snake. There we go. Oh yeah, so what I was doing last time was trying to create like this like enemy generator system, and that was just going terribly. And I feel like I need a better plan of like what kind of enemies I'm gonna have and what their stats are and what the differences are gonna be between them. So I think what I should do instead is just make the frog a completely separate script and everything, and do it the way I was trying to avoid. And then later, when I have a better understanding of what these systems are gonna look like, I can refactor it. Am I actually gonna refactor it later? I don't know. It kind of sucks. I was hoping to have a system that like was really robust, but with the very significant difference between the way the frogs behave and the mushrooms, I can't imagine a good way to really create this system the way I imagine it happening. So let's see. Frick the schedule. We need to go to A-Sprite. Where are you, A-Sprite? Wow, that's really annoying. Let's do this. There we go. Oh, it's because my Steam Deck actually is on, which is why my library is showing all the games on my Steam Deck. I did not want to press that button. Open recent, the froggy. There it is. And then we want to export as a sprite sheet to, yeah, here. Why are you furious? What's going on? Oh wait, you started by saying guess what? Oh yeah, the guess what was the subscription. Never mind, sorry. Do you remember the bug? I never knew what exactly the bug was. I remember you talking about at some point dealing with the render layers and then a few other things, but I never had a good grasp on what actually you were dealing with. But I do remember that you spent like seemingly 3 or 4 days straight trying to solve a bunch of bugs. Did you solve it? Was it really easy? Was it one of those things where it's like you spend like 2 hours trying to figure out the problem and you just forgot a semicolon somewhere? There were ready scripts all done, all the work for me. Oof. Built into the multiplayer engine. I don't know what you call it, the multiplayer library. You were trying to reinvent a wheel that was free and open source. Photon. Yeah, so Photon just had, like, they provide you the scripts. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to solve that. That was really frustrating. I mean, like, it sounded like it was really frustrating for you. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's go grab the enemy scene. And first of all, rename this to Mushroom Enemy. And then duplicate it? Is there a duplicate? Yeah. And then duplicate this and call it Froggy Enemy. Froggy Enemy! Oh wait, are we in a branch? We're not. Good. Do I have latest? Yes. And then now we can go here, and we want this like right here, and we can start rebuilding this. Yeah, that sounds super rough. There's another aspect to like me not feeling it today where I've been not feeling it for a couple of days and just kind of wanting to chill and do nothing all the time. So I need to do something that feels productive. Mostly play Breath of the Wild. It was how I've been spending my do nothing time. Just chatting stream. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna probably spend this stream mostly. Hold on. This stream's gonna be kind of casual. Like, I'm not going hard. Which is part of why I'm like, can I bulk rename nodes? That'd be super cool. Maybe. What happens if I rename this to Mushroom Enemy? Will it work? Will it propagate? Oh my goodness. That was incredible. I'm gonna take this stream like kind of chill. We're kind of just vibing. I'm not stressing too much about like making sure I get stuff done. It's kind of just like I need to do something so I can feel good. So I'm just gonna chill on stream and see what I get done. And the stream will last as long as I feel good. Because there is like a lot of times I won't want to stream and then I'll start the stream and the vibes are great. And then I'm just good. It's just like, oh, I want to stream all day today. Now that the stream has started. Even though 5 minutes ago I was dreading it. And I'm not feeling too bad so far. Okay, so let's rename this one to Mushroom Enemy. I don't know. Wait, what? Okay, I'm going crazy. I could have sworn right after I renamed this one to Mushroom Enemy, there was one called Enemy that was right here. There very well may be a point in this stream, though, that I decide to stop doing game dev and go play games or something. But we'll see. Okay, now we create a froggy enemy. We also want to, we need an actual script called enemy, which is kind of why I was hoping I accidentally made that script. And then now, this should be, what was the keyword? Was it inherits? No, extends. It's literally right here. The thing I was looking for is right here. Extends enemy. And then, oh wait, no, this isn't gonna work. I can't do this the way I wanted to. Yeah, okay, we can't have this enemy parent. So go delete the enemy script and then put class name enemy back here. Oops, accidentally hit caps lock. Okay, so now our froggy enemy needs the froggy enemy script. Hi Ahoyo, how you doing? Oh, these need, dang it. This is so frustrating. Actually what I can do, this is the worst. This is terrible, I think, terrible coding practice. It's kind of just silly, but what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make an empty script that inherits character body called enemy. And then my enemies are just going to extend this empty enemy class just so they can have the type enemy. I'm good. I will be going on PGA in a few days. Going on PGA, what does that mean? Meet your online friends there for the first time IRL? That sounds great. I hope they're good friends. Cyclic inheritance? What do you mean cyclic inheritance? That's supposed to say extends. You're not cyclical. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of this. Poznan Game Arena. Is there like an esports event? What is this website? Why is everything blurry? What is going on? What? Is this actually the website? Am I crazy? Okay, there we go. The website is real now. Something just had to load, I guess. Oh, the Poznan Game Arena is in Poznan. Where is this location? In Poland. Nice. This sounds awesome. That's really all the information I was looking for, is just where it was. That sounds super exciting though. What's going on there while you're there? Is there like an esports competition or an esports tournament or anything? Or a convention, maybe? Hydrate! Thank you! I actually just took a sip of water right before you redeemed it, but I will take another one. I appreciate it. I've definitely been in a place lately where I'm not drinking water and eating food as much as I should be, so hydrates are good. Big appreciation. Okay. You are broken. Oh, you're not broken all of a sudden. Why were you broken a second ago? What? Are you okay? Let's try that again. Oh, wait. I know. I remember. This is a known bug. It takes a while for the computer to generate the nav mesh, so the enemies can't navigate to me for a while. Nick Hater, hello! How's it going? How you doing today? I've never been to any other event like that. Oh, you and Pierogi Ohoyo have the same color name, so for a second I thought you said hi at Ohoyo. You're saying hi to yourself. Anyways, sorry. I mean, I've never been to any other event like that, but I know there will be some lectures and probably some generic events. I need to check the schedule. Okay, sounds more like a convention than anything else. It sounds fun and cool though. Just lurking like always learning. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out with us. Glad to have you here. Let me know if there's anything I can help with. If you are doing your own game dev right now. Your uncle beat cancer? Incredible. Well done, uncle. I guess it's not really like a thing that he accomplished, but like, fantastic. I'm really glad to hear that. Okay, what am I doing? The froggy enemy, we need to first of all change the sprite. Froggy. Yeah, always a great thing to hear. We love to see it. I mean, preferably we would like if humans just didn't have cancer, but overcoming it is next best thing. You shift the streamer, pink fedora. Oh, wait, do I also need to go noir hat? I can't make it pink though. Oh, wait, can I? These are not the things I need to be doing. Yeah, I can't change the color of the fedora, unfortunately. What about the other hat? This hat? No, this one isn't gonna change color either. Yeah, hue shift just does nothing. Because there's no color. Ooh, white fedora, okay. I'll turn into a pierogi in a moment, hold on. Okay, we got nearly white. It's kind of just like white but in the lighting. What are the other colors? Wait. Hold on. Pierogi. No, you did. Never mind. Sorry, I was gonna say you have to redeem pierogi for 10 minutes, but you totally did. I'm just dumb. I'm just a silly goose. Brightest possible blue. I'm sorry, I'm being real slow. We're getting there. Saturate it as much as it can go, and then lighten it up. How's that for bright blue? Okay, now we pierogi for 10 minutes, but the pierogi color is what again? Black? You realize that just makes me a silhouette. I can do like really dark. So now you can still see the eyes and mouth, but pretty much black. Burnt pierogi, yeah. I bought Vampirogi today? What is Vampirogi? Hi Loki, good to see you. Vampire Pierogi. Is there a game called Vampire Pierogi that I'm not aware of? I'm Googling Vampire Pierogi right now. It's food? Can't your eyes and mouth be a separate overlay? They could if I did it that way. But unfortunately I did not. I googled Vampire Pierogi and the only thing that came up was Vampire Survivors. Wait, it is actually just... Is it just a pierogi but the dough is dyed black? Is that what a vampirogi is? Oh! I didn't start qual spot. There we go. Fixed. Wait, is this actually? Is what I think I'm seeing what I'm actually seeing? Is this real? Is it actually just like, are they candy pierogies? It looks like pierogi shaped gummies that are black and have speckles on them. They're normal pierogi. So it's actually a pierogi. Does Godot have line of sight for enemy NPC? The Unity enjoyers in this chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of any engines that like have a built-in like line of sight system. But Godot has the tools to create that system. You can use a raycast to point like from the enemy. You can have the enemy point a raycast towards the player and then see if it collides with anything. And if it doesn't, and the only collision it has is with the player, then you have line of sight. So it's something that you'll have to build into your code. Unity uses raycast and get the first object in the line. Yeah, so the solution for Unity would be the same for Godot. Well, not exactly the same, but same concept. Use a raycast. See if it collides with anything. So a raycast, think about raycast as like shooting a laser in whatever particular direction that you coded to shoot, like shooting a laser and seeing what it hits. So you kind of just it like follows the line to see what it collides with. And let me see. So like if we were to shoot a raycast in this direction, we would collide with the base of the tree. And then if we were to shoot a raycast in this direction, we would collide with the with this mushroom. So then if you shoot a, like say the player is right here, if you shoot a raycast towards the player and you hit a mushroom, then we know we don't have line of sight, there's a mushroom in the way. Then if the player's over here, then the same thing, we would hit the tree. So we would know, yeah, no line of sight, there's a tree in the way. But then if the player's over here, shoot our raycast, and then we hit the player. You can set the distance on how far it can go? I believe so. My understanding with raycast is you can... Let me double check. How do you use a raycast? Tutorials. Maybe not, but you can check the distance. You can set the length. Okay. I'm like, I don't see how they're setting the length. Oh, here actually. I think this is probably the start and the end position. It can be set in the editor. Okay. Wait, are you saying? Let me check that. Now I'm curious. Not for like, I'm not doubting you. I'm like, I want to know. I want to know what that looks like. Not here. Maybe Raycast 3D has it? We have an ad break coming up in a minute. Target position. I guess that must be what it is. Target position should be it. Okay. Oh yeah, you can just... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I was getting words on stream ready for when the ad break comes, and then I accidentally clicked the start button. What was I saying? Oh, you can calculate the target position by taking like the direction you want to go and adding like 10, and then it'll move 10 in that direction. Or multiplying by 10? No, probably adding. Goes from center of the object to target position. Makes sense. Yeah. You should also be able to just drag it in the drag it to the desired length. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Wait, why is it a 1 minute ad break? Well, let's do what's on stream anyways. Jail. Man, I can't think of anything. Kiln? I don't think that's how you spell kiln. I think it's with a K. We should be back from ads though? Are we back? You should also be able to drag it to the desired length. Oh yeah, I already read that. Lacey, nice. Welcome back, Loki. Oh, I think that was you confirming we're back from ads. But yeah, there's a few ways to do it. Are you in 2D or 3D, Nick? You're in 2D. Yeah, if your enemy is... If your like art style and enemies work in the way of like having the enemies actually rotate, I guess that doesn't really matter, does it? No, it does. NBC will have pathfinding. Yeah, for sure. If it works in the way of like having your enemies actually like rotate towards the player, they're constantly looking at the player, then you can just have the raycast object on the enemy. Where is this raycast? What? Oh, never mind. I'm being silly. You could have this raycast object on the enemy and then have it a child of the enemy. And then because the enemy is already pointing towards the player at all times, then so will the raycast. But if your game is like mine, where the enemies don't actually rotate and just move towards the player, then in that case, you'll probably want to do more of the code solution of having in code instantiating the raycast and then creating a vector 2 in the location that the player is. Lycan didn't hit? Was it too late? I wasn't paying attention. I don't think Lycan is actually a real word. I mean, it is definitely a word that humans use, but I don't think it's a, like a recognized word. Maybe it was really lagged, it could be. Okay, back to Froggy. So this is gonna be kind of wild. I haven't quite figured out what the best way to... What the best way is to handle the behaviors, like the attack states and walking states and being knocked back. Because right now the way that we're doing all of this, which I hate, is like when we get knocked back, the speed modifier just goes negative, so it just moves backwards for a couple frames. Hard-coded in the animation, which is just terrible. I hate it. I don't really know what to do about that. Because the other idea is to work out all of the knockback logic in code. But that's also sketchy. The problem that I was dealing with is then I have 2 state machines that have to stay perfectly in sync. So like the animation tree is a state machine. And then I also have the state machine in the code. So this is the state machine for animations. And then I'll also have a state machine for behavior. And they need to stay perfectly in sync, which feels sketchy. Pierogi back! Welcome back, Pierogi! Oh yeah, also the nav mesh is just very angry. All the time. Haven't figured out how to solve that problem yet. You lost your watch streak? Oh, because of our stream last night? Oof. Or not last night, our stream on Sunday. Those are the words I was looking for. It doesn't feel like there was a whole day between our last stream and this stream. I don't know. That's kind of part of the problem that I ran into last time. Basically just having animations, having something that needs to be animated makes everything a lot harder. If I didn't have to animate anything and the only thing I was worried about is behaviors, easy peasy. My back hurts, oh no. Why you avoid animations, yeah. Yeah, you don't even have a lot of things that you're like animating in code either. You do have some things, but it's not terribly complicated. Everything you're doing is very simple. Where I am going to get to the point where I want to do things that are pretty complex. So if I started writing them in code, eventually I'm gonna need to change it to an animation anyways. So I don't know, I don't really know what I want to do with this. I'm just like, I'm struggling so much to figure out how to get this to work. Without like, okay, have fun. I'm struggling so much with like, I can just like throw a band-aid on this and make it work, but I want the solution to actually be meaningful. I don't want to just throw in, I don't want to just make a whole completely new animator from scratch that has all of the same problems as the existing one. And maybe I just should. Maybe I should stop blocking myself by being stressed about things and then just do the wrong solution even though I know it's wrong. Because a bad solution is better than none. Sometimes. Sometimes a bad solution is worse. That's what they call tech debt in the business. That's what the kids call tech debt. You have more mechanical stuff working, right? Like the quests. I don't have a quest system or an inventory system. The only thing that works is like just the dialogue system. Which kind of ends up being sort of a quest system. Because it's just, oops. Where am I going? Here. Once you defeat the boss, it just changes a flag in the system that, lets all the NPCs know that you've defeated the boss and to do different dialogue. Stuff to work on. Yeah, I'm even more stressed about those systems though. For the froggy, for the enemies, it's like I know what I want to do. I'm just struggling with how. For all the other systems, like for the inventory and for the quest system, I don't know what or how. And that is to say, like, I don't know what the, for the enemies thing, I have an enemy idea. I know what, like, the froggy enemy's behavior should look like. I know how it needs to act. It's just about figuring out the best way to make it do those things. Whereas, like, the quest and the inventory system, I don't know any of the answers. I don't know what I want the quest system to be like from either perspective, from like the code perspective or from the player's perspective. I'm gonna need to have an inventory system, which I think is gonna be pretty Skyrim-like. Like it's just gonna be a list. Mostly because at the moment, I don't plan on limiting inventory. Like, I think right now at the moment, my idea is you should just have infinite inventory. There's no reason to force the player to manage their inventory in this game. Will I change my mind later? Probably, but for now, that's the plan. Or I could go like, I'm torn between, not torn between, I'm trying to find this balance of like a small, simple game, like a short hike, and a game like Breath of the Wild. Well, like a short hike has like 3 mechanics. There's like 10 items that you can put in your inventory. So the inventory system can easily be kind of hard-coded. The inventory system can easily be hard-coded to like, these enemies, or these are all the items that can exist in the inventory, and then each one can just be a boolean. Is this item in the inventory, yes or no? Whereas for like Breath of the Wild, there are so many items in the game that it's huge. They have to have a pretty modular system, a very scalable system for the inventory. So that's something I'm torn about, is like I'm constantly torn between, I love the vibe of like trying to make a very simple combat system. Do you use Dialogic? This is dialogue nodes. Hold on. Wait, dialogues. This is called dialogue nodes. It adds this tab to your editor, and you can make nodes. You can have variables and then branch based on those variables. It's pretty cool. How do you spell dialogue? Dialogue nodes. This one. No, this one. They're the same one by the same developer. This one's just updated. So yeah, this is what I'm using. I haven't tried any other systems. I just went and grabbed this one and it worked, so. I recommend it, but take that with the grain of salt of I've never tried anything else, so I don't know if it actually is the best. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. The idea of like, with the scope of what I am going to be able to create as a solo developer is probably going to be very short hike-ish. Maybe I should just decide that now and then move forward. Because I keep having this grand idea of like, what if I just keep... Is that Dialogic? Wait, is Dialogic not just a Godot add-on? What is Dialogic? Yeah, as far as I can tell, Dialogic is a Godot add-on, right? Yeah, so Dialogic is just an add-on called Dialogic. So if you go to the asset library and search Dialogic, I thought... Where is Dialogic? Where are you? Am I crazy? Or did they not update Dialogic to Godot 4 maybe? Yeah, I think Dialogic is still on 4.2. They haven't updated to 4.3 yet. That's what I think I'm gathering. So I think you're not going to be able to find Dialogic right now. Possibly. But Dialogue Nodes is a completely different system. The one that I'm using. You have to spell dialogue with a UE. Dialogue Nodes is a completely different system. Completely detached from Dialogic. Very different. That's all I know. I haven't tried Dialogic. I don't know a lot about it. Other than what I've gathered from reading the README on the GitHub. Yeah, so I want something with like the simplicity and small scope of a short hike, but just like slightly bigger. Maybe. I'm trying to think of how I can do something very simple with a combat mechanic where like a short hike is just like the only mechanic that really matters is traversal? What's the word? What's the word for the ability to get around? Is like the traversal. Exploration. And the only progression really is collecting feathers so that you can climb higher and fly further. So I'm trying to figure out like what's a similar way to do that with combat. And something very obvious is just like a better weapon. And maybe it could just be like that, where it's just like you kill a boss, you get a better sword, and then that's the sword you're using now. You don't really have an inventory of swords. It's just you pick up a sword that's better than the one you had, and then now that's your sword. Maybe? The goat. And then there's also the magic system, which is separate and also needs to scale. It's like Zelda 1. You ever gonna make a tutorial again? I have a tutorial planned. I actually wrote a blog post. Which basically is like the script for the tutorial. Like it's everything is done except for the filming and editing part. This. So we have a combat system that Code, the snack on the stream often created, where it's like we have every entity has a hurt box and a hurt detector. So the hurt box deals the damage, the hurt detector detects that damage and then damages the enemy, right? So I just wrote a like a little tutorial about how that works. I guess not really a tutorial, but more of a like, here's how this system works. Is it for 4.3? Yeah. I guess this blog post is a little bit less of a tutorial and more of like a white paper, I guess. Of like, let me explain this concept and how it works. Yeah, because I wrote this with the idea of like, I don't know what your game is, so let me explain how this works so you can adapt it to your game. But for the YouTube tutorial, I need to have a specific example, and that's kind of the piece that I'm missing, and also the motivation to actually film a YouTube video. But yeah, I need a specific example of like, here is an example of a simple game. Here's how we're going to add this hitbox hurtbox system. Or hurtbox hurt detector system. Said that wrong. Sorry, Azarin, you said not graphically, just gameplay style, but I didn't get the context. Oh, like Kingsfield 2? I think it would make sense that like... Oof, I have so many competing ideas. I had this idea for a while that it was like there's going to be maybe four main bosses, and when you defeat each boss, you get a new elemental magic. So like you kill the first boss, you get the artifact that lets you shoot fireballs. And then you kill the second boss and you get the artifact that lets you shoot like snow ice spells. And then you kill the third boss and you get the artifact that lets you do like ground or plant based magic. But I think that's still a little too complex. Now I'm wondering if instead of doing that, it should be like somehow you get an item that makes your spells just kind of overall better. You kill a bunch of enemies or complete a dungeon or whatever, and you unlock some kind of item, or you receive some kind of item that just makes your spells better. They shoot faster, they do more damage, they're bigger. We should write down the ideas and solidify what you want in the game. Plus you have the other ideas for another project or something. This whole project just has such an identity crisis. There's part of me that firmly believes that this game would be so much better as a 3D game. As a third-person 3D. So, the information I need about Kingsfield 2, I'm not gonna find from a Google search. We would need to, like, sit down and watch YouTube videos about it or play it. A design doc would help you a lot. Yeah, mostly, this is my design doc. Hold on. Wait, where are my documents? There. This is my design doc. It's just all of my ideas. Which is not a design doc, obviously. I'm mostly joking. This should be with a Y. I put so much energy into Myco with an I, and then afterwards the friend who helped me come up with the idea to call it Mycoflora texted me and was like, hey, it's actually spelled with a Y. Here's all of my ideas for the magic system. Because I would like it to be, I'm trying to find this balance between, like, I want the systems to be a little bit complex so that the player can tinker and, like, tune it a little bit, but not so complex that it's simple enough that it can be played like a short hike. In a similar way to, like, in Skyrim and Breath of the Wild and a lot of open world games, you don't, if things are difficult, you can just go foraging and then craft some potions or craft some food, and then you can just brute force your way through the boss fight, right? Like, if the game's scaling too bad, you can just kind of go vibe. What's up, Mapsy? Or, like, kill low level enemies to level up. With, like, most games you can kind of do that. There's a way to get through the game without having to deal with the difficulty. So it's actually a what is this hat called? What are we calling this? A fedora. It's a fedora that is supposed to be white, but the best I can do is just desaturate it and make it really bright. Those are conditions created by other mechanics like combat. I'm confused. I feel like there's a miscommunication somewhere. We got the bug. Wait, you fixed the bug? Is it fixed? For real this time? What just happened to the chat? Did you see that? Why is the chat bouncing around like that? Are you seeing this, chat? I don't know. The point is, I could very easily just be like, you find an item or you level up and you just do more damage. And then that would kind of, that's it. That's the system. And then we can build a whole game around that. But I want it to have a little bit of complexity. Like, I want the complexity, something kind of similar to, like, just changed camera instantiation. Nice. I want a little bit of complexity. I want it to be like, you can adjust things or use a different weapon or something to have a little bit of a different play style. You should make messages appear with the morbs and have physics. How do you mean? And what do you mean have physics? The morbs have physics? What kind of gifts? What'd you get? What'd you get your friend? Oh my goodness. Mapsy, thank you for the 9 bits. I appreciate it. It does make sense to, I don't know, there's like the... Do you want the combat system to be influenced by stuff out of combat or in combat? Out of combat. Well, both. Yes. A Steam gift card and a neon is a shape of a cat. Oh, neon in a shape of a cat. I don't know how to read. That sounds great. A buff for in combat or an enhancement for out of combat. I'm having a really hard time putting together what that means. No, Pierogi, but I appreciate the suggestion. But I am leaning towards now just kind of like you collect items and the more you have, the faster, bigger, and more damage your spells have. And just like that simple. I just need to come up with something in theme that makes sense for that. If you want those sorts of things, then make your combat system like a baseline and build those items around it. Basic stats or something. Wait, if I want what sorts of things? Oh, you mean if I want the customization and stuff? Strength, dex, and yeah, it's hard to find. I think what I'm after is like something completely new that nobody has ever done before. Because I kind of thought, the way people talk about Breath of the Wild, I thought that Breath of the Wild was what I was after. And then I played Breath of the Wild and realized that the combat is extremely complex. It's just kind of the idea that like all open world games have is like, if you're struggling with the combat, or if you just don't care to like try to get good at the combat, you can just go do other things that will level you up. In Skyrim, that's just like, we kill lower level enemies and like craft weapons, craft potions and stuff like that. And then Breath of the Wild, it's doing shrines so you get more heart containers. And you can also find better weapons through shrines. And also like grind for rupees so that you can buy better armor. So I guess that makes sense. In that, like, I have something very similar. Where maybe we have three, we have like, there's three types of upgrades, right? So you have an upgrade item that upgrades your health. Let's say that there's no like armor system, or maybe it is armor. So this can be either like armor or higher max health or something. It would make sense for it to just be like, you opened this chest and you found better armor. Now you're wearing that armor and you have like 3 hearts instead of 2 because that armor has more defense, right? Like, make this very simple. Essentially what this boils down to is like, whatever this item is, your hearts increase, your health increases. And then upgrade number 2 is like better melee, which I think makes the most sense of just like better sword. That's it. And then the third thing, I think it makes sense to do the artifact system that I've been thinking about, but instead of having them be different elements, the more artifacts you have, they just work together to make your spells bigger, faster, and stronger. And it'll still be just the base spell of like, you can only do fire magic, and that's it. More weapon knockback. Yeah, so like better sword, maybe increase knockback, damage. Obviously, damage is the big one. Let's put damage first just to emphasize it. Damage, knockback, maybe reach, like the length of the sword. Yeah, we actually have variables to work off of now, huh? Which, like, bigger, faster, stronger doesn't really paint the whole picture. Covino is rating with 18. Oh my gosh, welcome in everybody. Huge shout out to just Covino. Covino is an amazing streamer and is so supportive of this stream. But he does Godot dev. He streams like literally every day, I think. Somehow just streams in a literally insane amount. But welcome in everybody. How was your stream, just Covino? How did it go? What'd you get up to today? We're thinking about, I'm brainstorming how I want to deal with the combat system in my game. Because I'm stressing myself out too much about, like, I'm trying to code a game, but I don't know what the game that I'm making is. I'm like putting together a combat system but I don't know what I want the combat system to be. I'm just kind of throwing things at the wall. And I feel like I need an idea of where I'm going. Yeehaw! Hi, that gamer. Good to see you. Infernex, hello. I hope you all are doing well. How was Covino's stream? Did he treat you well over there? You're getting closer now with those variables. Yeah, so now I'm breaking things down to like the struggle is like I want this game to be really simple. I want it to be like a short hike but with combat. And that kind of inherently makes it a little bit more complicated than a short hike, but I also want it to be a little more complicated than short hike. He abused us? Oh no. I definitely wasn't lurking the whole time. I know, but we can just pretend. Savage Lord Severus, hello. Covino even recommended the Godot docs to a new dev. What a champion. Incredible. I'm getting better and better. Heck yeah. So, while a short hike, the like main progression is just you find feathers, and because you have another feather, you can now climb higher and fly further. So I'm trying to think of what like the combat equivalent of that is, and I think I've narrowed it down to like 3 different items you can collect. You maybe that item is like armor or some other item that represents like this item increases your maximum health. And then we have 2 different types of combat. You have a melee weapon. So in this case, it'll just be like you pick up a sword and that sword is now better than your previous sword. You do more damage, do more knockback. Maybe your sword reaches further. I'm not sure about this one though. This one is tentative. But I could also code it that way and then... No, actually that would be hard to code as well. And then the third one is your spells. So you have melee and you have ranged spells, which are mostly just fireballs. So then that one, I think, like, you... Weapon attack speed? I like weapon attack speed better than reach. We'll see. So then the third one is I had this idea of like maybe there's only Princess McBeauty. Yeah, where do you see that? It's here, but I don't know how you saw that. That's the stand-in name for a princess. I was doing research or like looking at name generators to come up with a good name for a princess, and then somebody in chat, I think it was Azarin, said Princess McBeauty, and I was like, that's perfect. We have to have it. Pierogi. It definitely has the same energy, Severus. Yeah, so I think for the magic it will be like you kill the first boss and you get an artifact that unlocks your ability to do magic, and then there's like maybe 4 or 5 major bosses around the area, and as you kill them your spells get bigger, faster, and stronger. So I think those are going to be our 3 main progression points. Yeah, you were definitely Duke McDukerson. We got rid of him, unfortunately. I should put him somewhere. He should exist. Like, maybe I can make the castle big enough that there's like a secret room that people might go into that has a Duke McDukerson. Where's... Yeah, here. Let's put it here. Duke McDukerson. He'll be tucked away. tucked away in a room of the castle, and just has something silly to say. Wait, what exactly is a duke? Would a duke be living in the castle that the monarch rules from? Does that make sense? No, the duke would be living in a duchy. Or a member of royalty. Maybe? Duke rules a duchy. That day was so good for names. Yeah, it was a blast. Okay. The story is that the Duke is visiting. Tucked away in the guest room of the castle. Just happens to be visiting. Throughout the entire gameplay, Duke McDukerson isn't going anywhere. He'll always be there. BRB. Alright, see you soon, Progi. He's like, I couldn't think of a... there's an idea in my head about a funny joke with this, and I can't put it into words. His duchy is in the shop. I love that. Oops, how did I do that? What was that button? He's staying in the castle for a while. He's staying in the castle while his duchy is in the shop. Which actually makes sense. Not the in the shop part, that's the joke, but there is an actual like story we can come up with that his the land that he rules over was attacked. And they're like starting repairs, so he's staying in the castle while he like his duchy is in ruin, or at least just not doing well enough for him to stay in it. You can tell who has never played Crusader Kings 3 when they don't know what dukes and counts are. Is Crusader Kings 3 good? Yeah, I'm not I'm unfortunately... Oh, Crusader Kings 3 is a 4X in it. Don't touchy my duchy. I hate that, but it's good. It deserves recognition. The combat system... real. We need this to be like bold and all caps, real. I don't know why it's white, but that works. Crusader Kings 3 is good if you happen to have multiple days / weeks / months that you want to lose immediately. That makes sense. That's my experience with Breath of the Wild so far. I'm playing Breath of the Wild for the first time, and the past week just kind of disappeared. I don't know where it went. That makes sense. It's a game your family intervenes and rips you away from. It has to be an intervention. Okay, so this one, let's call this health increase. And this will just be like armor. I think. But then I need art. I don't like the idea. We can worry about that later. The important bit is just that you pick up an item and your health increases. I like the idea of armor because that's easy, but then I'm worried that like I'm gonna have to change the art of the character, and I don't like that it's like you might get used to your character. Spend an entire Dwarf Fortress, yeah. I haven't been able to get a good enough handle on Dwarf Fortress to really get lost in it. I did lose probably 3 or 4 days of just trying to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress. But then it got to a point where it was just like, I kind of learned the basics now, and everything I need to learn from this point is so complex that I'm just never going to be able to have a fortress that survives longer than a week. Each artifact increases spell damage. Speed and size. Symbol 24, thank you so much for the sub. Actually, I'm rethinking size. Because size actually... No, I'm wrong. I'm lying. Size is fine. I was overthinking. We're gonna have to do art for the size though. I don't want to just scale the sprite because it won't match the pixels. But Symbol, thank you so much for the sub. I hope you're doing well. It's so good to see you. Symbol deserves a shout out. You know, I was thinking for a moment, I was like, most people here probably already know you, but we just got a raid from Covino. So a lot of people might not. Symbol 24 does Godot dev. He's a Godot developer just like me and Covino. I can't remember what his most recent project is. Last I paid attention, he was working on a roguelike where you go into dungeons and kill beasts to collect their meat and sell it in your restaurant, which sounds absolutely hilarious. I will say that when half looking at the screen, the name that starts with a V... Veilvia! I like that name. I was considering scrapping the idea of Veilvia's character and just changing the main character of it to Veilvia. I'm worried that people won't know how this name is supposed to be pronounced because I don't think AE next to each other are usually pronounced that way, right? Oh yeah, you're working on a card game. I knew that. Just forgot. You've definitely told me before. Yeah, AE is like E. So most people will pronounce it Veilvia, probably. That's not bad, actually. I don't mind that. I think this name will canonically be Veilvia, but most people will pronounce it Veilvia, and that's fine. Encyclopedia. Oh, true. Or Veilvia, which probably sounds the same to Veilvia. Veil. Yeah, that's pretty much the same. It's just different in my head. Of like pronouncing it as if it's spelled veil versus like veil. Or like Veilvia versus Veilvia. But when you say it casually, Valvia, you can't really tell the difference. Pretty much the same thing. Okay. The other thing that I'm gonna need to deal with that I'm not sure how I want to work around is how to... You can use Artistic's license and stick an accent in there. Yeah, actually putting an accent in the L would solve that problem, wouldn't it? I don't know how to do accents. Where is Obsidian? There it is. But it would make sense to have an accent here. Or an apostrophe, like this. That's true. Alt, did you mean Alt G or Alt R? Or like actually Alt G then R? No. You're saying hold the right Alt button and then type the letter, right? That does nothing. What is the Alt-Ger button? Altgraph? Oh, this is actually a key that people have. Does my... No, every keyboard I've ever had just has the right Alt key labeled Alt. It should still be an Alt. An LGR button. Just labeled Alt. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. This is news to me. As far as I've ever known, the right Alt is no different than the left Alt. Okay. Anyways, back to what we were doing. Second Alt button found on US keyboards. I see. We're gonna go on ads in a minute. We'll do words on stream while we're on ads, because I could use a break. Yeah, so these are the main three things. And each one has 3 stats, I think. And we can play with those. We can make these stats configurable and then just not change them later. We don't really use them in English. It's our language, but we have them on our keyboard. I'll watch the ads if it's good for your account. Yeah, I make I think I make a quarter of a penny for every ad watched. It's probably less than that, I don't know. Why'd you move the queue? Terrible timing with ads. I'm gonna take my break. I will be right back. Let me throw words on the stream. And I'll see you on a bit. See you all in a bit. Oh, we're back from ads. Hello, welcome back. Also, well done, everybody, on passing the last one. Incredible. I stole Rover, I'm sorry. Ooh, Cube Miser, dang. Wait, what were we talking about before the ad? Oh yeah, Pierogi was asking why I moved the queue, but I'm a little confused about what you mean by that. Why the queue is now rotated? I don't know, it was just fun. I just kind of like it over there. I have my player set up and the animation tree set up to where whichever way the character is going, it plays that animation. Could I use that same set for my NPC? Phoenix, welcome in. Okay, so what I'm imagining that you're saying is that you have animations that and play a different animation for each direction that you move. And you have that working for the player, and now you want to adapt that to the enemy? Oh yeah, the squirrel. Yeah, it kind of started with Azarin redeeming the squirrel and saying it would look cute if the squirrel was a little bit tilted and like off in the corner. Yeah, you can absolutely do that, Nick. I'm assuming that you have, like... It depends on how you're gathering which animation to play. The enemy is a different sprite, but would move the same as the... Oh, you're trying to use the same animator for both of them. Hi, Yag. I haven't seen you in forever. How's it going, Yag? I don't think you can use... I tried to do something similar. Use the same animator for stuff. You can do it in kind of a janky way. It is possible, but you might be better off making a new animator. Sounds good. Good luck, Nick. Boom. Boom isn't a word. Wait, is anyone of Mile? Mile. Loib isn't a word, right? I had to try it. We had to see. Oil. It's oil, but fancy. Like how when you spell old with an E at the end. My goodness, Severus. No, I don't check Discord while I'm streaming. To whoever said that in the Discord. Sometimes I like happen to look over at Discord, or like sometimes I can see the notifications if I get added. I think the chances of me actually seeing a Discord message unprompted are pretty low though. We just got lucky this time. because I just happen to have Discord open and turned to that channel on one of my monitors. What is the reason to preload? Great question. Let me think about that for a second. The main reason, mostly this is just the way I've learned to instantiate things. You preload it at the top of the script, and then when you want to instantiate, you just call .instantiate and then add child. Do I not add child? Yeah, here, and then add child. I have seen some situations where people have not used preload and actually load it when they want to instantiate it, and that you run into a problem where the first time you instantiate that thing or the first time it loads, you get a stutter. Preload will load the resource as soon as the script is loaded instead of when you call it. Yeah. So basically what's happening is it fetches all of these and loads them into memory, I guess. It'll fetch all of these when the game starts, or as Yag said, when the script is loaded, which in most cases is just when the game starts, when the game is loading, rather than doing it at runtime, which could cause a little stutter whenever it happens, or at least the first time it happens, because I think it gets cached. Yeah, if you have it's specifically for when you have like a scene file and stuff. That's a good question, Cubizer. I guess because I don't see myself really changing this, or at least changing it often. There definitely are situations where I do that. I have a script somewhere around here that I did that. Yeah, like this one. No, that's a node, not a scene. Actually, I don't think I've ever done it with a scene. Yeah. It's not something that I see myself changing often, and I think it's more likely that it's more likely that I'm gonna forget to set it if it's exported in some situation, and then be frustrated about it, then what's the alternative? Then actually use the fact that it's exported to quick switch. Preload should technically be const so that the resource depends on the script and not an instance. But as you said, it does cache them, so it won't end up mattering too much. Yeah. I think there's a slight performance difference between var and const, but it's pretty small. Also, hi Bitlytic, I see you there. We were just in the middle of is soapbox the right word? I was on a soapbox. I don't know. But good to see you, Bitlytic. How are you doing today? I'm trying to solve the identity crisis of what my game is and where it's going, and this is the current plan, which is like throughout the game you can collect one of any 3 of these items. One that increases your health, and maybe that will be various sets of armor, and one that increases your melee, which I think will just be better swords, and then one that increases your magic, which will be artifacts that I think you'll collect from bosses. Got some tea. We love standing on a box and screaming, nice! Yeah, I guess the soapbox is if I'm like ranting to somebody, rather than we were just in the middle of a conversation about preloads. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, the weapon script. So we have... What are these now? damage, speed, and size. Turn me into a squirrel. Wait, I missed a turn me into a squirrel, didn't I? You redeemed it, I think right before ads or while something else was going on and I got distracted. I owe you 2 squirrels, I think. Difference with var and const in the case of preload is when the loading happens. If it's const, it will load whenever the script itself loads and attached to an object. If it's var, it will load when an instance of an object with the script is instantiated. Wait, seriously? Oh, how did I do that? It meant to do this. That's what I was trying to do. I owe you 2 squirrels. Brand new sentence. This should be called movement speed, I think. And then maybe radius? Or maybe, I don't know, the size of the fireball is going to be weird because it needs to be, there's going to be tiers. It's going to be like 4 or 5 tiers of radius that'll have their own sprites. So this might need to be like an enum or something. Constant members are not dependent on an instance because they can't be changed. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm aware of that bit. I just assumed that var wouldn't matter. Oh, I guess I see what you're saying. The reason I don't experience that is because my weapon, this weapon script always exists as long as the game is running. So all of this gets loaded at the beginning no matter what. But if I were to have a situation where, like, I don't know, let's say like my fireball script was preloading a scene or something, then that scene won't get loaded until the first time I fire a fireball. Because the fireballs don't exist in the scene, or in the tree. So they won't load. That's interesting. But yeah, with const, it should just load no matter what. Regardless of whether this script is used. Because couldn't that create a situation of like, you have a script that you just aren't using, and now it's preloading a bunch of stuff in the background? It's just using up a bunch of resources to preload things that you're not using anymore? As long as nothing loads that script. Oh, that makes sense. Because ideally it'll be like a preload chain that leads to it. It'll either exist in a scene somewhere. Yeah, I guess like if it's a scene that doesn't exist when the game loads, then ideally there's a scene that has a const preload to this scene. And then this scene has this script that has const preloads in it. So it just follows that chain. Doesn't Godot do the silly thing of, if I were to grab a scene and control drag? Oh yeah, by the way, super cool shortcut. If you want to import a scene file, grab it from the list here. Hold control, and then it just does it for you. Oh, it does make it const. I thought this made it var, but no. I was just having a skill issue. Wait, no, don't do that. Where is a squill issue? Yeah, exactly. This would be on the hurt box. It's damage. I feel like I need a like const base damage. And that'll be, I don't know what our current damage is, like 10? We can just look here. No, we can just look here. 1. Our base damage is 1, and then this'll be damage multiplier. Which will also be 1 for now. I need to type these. Hi Wesley, it's good to see you. How you doing? Float. Yeah, this is I guess it should be an int or a float to make it easier to do multiplication. I'm an eeper, that sounds about right. You know, the day that Wesley isn't sleepy, something weird is going on. Somebody's gotta investigate if that ever happens. Turn Q into a pierogi. Let's do it. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I have to wait for this timer to be done. We gotta wait until squirrel is over. A pierogi, good night. Good night, pierogi. Have a good night. Sleep well. Squover. Yeah, I have to wait for the squirrel squimer to be squover. Backflip! Thanks, Wesley. we squant be squirrogi until the squirrel squimer is squover. Okay, sorry. That was a mess. How do you move? Oh, here. That's important. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, yeah, the weapon script also spawns fireballs, which is weird because I associate it with the squirrel squimers. Take a squile. Yeah, it's squen minutes long. I guess it would be squinits. Alright, this is becoming a mess. It's too much. Anyways, I forgot that we create fireballs here. It makes sense. There wasn't a better way to do this. Especially because they share so much information. But here, let's do it here. The hurt box. Oops. Oh my goodness. Hurtbox dot you're making a squeen. Hurtbox dot damage equals base damage times damage multiplier. And then, what was the other thing on her box? Entity. Oh yeah, entity is fine. We want entity to stay the way it is. So then her box also needs now a var for knockback. Wait, does it? Maybe. Did we put that in the notes? I don't think we did. We did. Do I want to do knockback? Knockback is one of those things that, like, if there's nothing you can do to decrease it, it can be detrimental. Because there are situations, like if you're fighting a ranged enemy and you knock it back too far, now that enemy has the ability to shoot at you more before you can close the gap again. So knockback is something that, like, if it can be increased, it also needs to be decreased. You need to be able to switch to a weapon that has lower knockback for certain situations. Oh yeah, you're totally fine, Azrin. I'm just thinking this through. We're not going to do knockback. Yeah, delete that. I think that's it. You don't even have a weapon that does a negative knockback to pull the enemies in closer. You could even. That'd be interesting. Yeah, the plan is, like, you can't switch weapons. You don't actually have different swords. You open a chest and it says, you got the blank sword. And then now your stats are increased. It doesn't actually, like, mean, the type of sword doesn't actually mean anything. Yeah. The plan is to trick the player into feeling like there's multiple swords, but in reality, you have a sword that just gets better. So I need to, dang it. I don't like this script, but it's fine. For all of these things that are generic, I need to name it sword. Sword damage multiplier. And then we're gonna need all of these things also for the magic system. Magic base damage. Damage. And then this also needs to be called sword base damage. A penny eaten is an apple you can locked again. You know what they say. Did Stream Elements have a stroke? Oh, Azrin. You're in for a wild ride if you don't know about exclamation mark penny. Let's see. You know what they say. You know what they penny? Dream said. Did you ever do that pierogi timer? Oh yeah, I still owe Azarin a squirrel. No, wait, do I owe a lot of things. I owe Azarin a squirrel. I also owe pierogi a pierogi. Thank you, Wesley. Thanks for holding me accountable. What's our next penny? You know what they say, better lost than an empty penny. Better a small loss than an empty penny. Fire? Oh yeah, it's pretty good. It's kind of true. I'd rather lose something small than have nothing. This has been Philosophy with Quellis. This needs to be sword. Please? What am I doing wrong? Why are you mad at me? Damage multiplier. Oh yeah, because damage multiplier is now sword damage multiplier. Better a small loss than an empty penny. Oh, I already read that one. We need a new one. Apple penny is a dream towards a dream. I wonder how I can do this better, because I don't like the way this is working right now. So true, Pennybot, so true. Better a small penny than an empty walked. Magic base damage. What were other attributes for magic? Damage, speed, and size. Const, magic, base, movement, speed. That's such a long variable name. And what was the last one? Oh, size. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do about size yet, still. Let's just call it magic size, I guess. Okay. All of these are VARs now, so now we need VAR magic base no. VAR magic damage multiplier. And then same with speed, VAR magic speed multiplier. And then VAR magic size. And then for now this will be an int. We're actually not going to use this. I'm kind of just putting my thoughts down. This is going to be later down the line that I'll implement this. Better a small penny than an empty walked. Okay, there we go. So now, when we generate the fireball, we give it a movement speed, which right now is 200, so let's make that the base. 200 is a little extreme, but meaning that I think 200 is really going to be like closer to the fireball movement speed that you end with at the end of the game rather than what you start with. I think it's going to be pretty slow. But anyways, when we generate a fireball, we give it the magic base damage and the magic damage multiplier. Wait, did I put this in movement speed? I did. Oh wait, no, everything's fine. I'm just not following what I'm doing. This one goes here. And then magic base damage goes here. And then magic damage multiplier goes here. Done. Oh yeah. No, wait. Wait, our sword's base damage was always 1 and our magic's base damage was always 5? Is that what I'm gathering here? Magic was OP. Oh yeah, you're real. Seems like you got that game dev mojo back. Yeah, thank you for helping me thinking that through. You gave me a path forward rather than just struggling. I'm not real though. Are you sure? And now we can fireball. So what was I thinking? What was I? Oh yeah, controls. I think, so the way I have it right now is all attacks are left click and you press Q to swap between sword and fireball. But I think what I should do is make it so that one is left click and one is right click. So chat. You want to attack with your sword. Left click or right click? And then you want to shoot a ranged attack. Left click or right click? Sword left click and ranged right click maybe? That's what I'm gathering from Azarin. I think that makes sense, especially because you get the sword first. Yeah, that's both an incredible and also terrible idea. And I love that you said that, and it's absolutely hilarious. Also, it doesn't have a limited amount of swings. Yeah. That's what I'm here for. Incredible. Left click is a default for attacking. Yeah. No, I guess it makes sense. In my mind, I want... Wow, I'm like so conflicted about every aspect of this game. In my mind, I wanted the fireballs or the magic to be your primary, but the fact that I'm limiting how much you can use it inherently makes it not a primary. Oh, that makes it so that I can separate these two. Because now in the player controller, when I do the attack here, this will be completely separate. So then I can just call different scripts. I can move the fireball spawner to its own script. Oh wait, really? Do left-handed mice actually swap left and right click? Or put a mouse in left-handed mode? I don't know if you can do that. Yag's weapon swapping ideas. Ridiculous. Where does that even happen? Where do we do that? Here. Swap weapons. Let's just comment that out. Goodbye. Oh wait, actually we should commit. Okay, now I can do the squirrel that I owe Azarin. The squirrel I've forgotten. Okay, we don't want to add any of this nonsense. Enemy. Yeah, like all of this is me messing with the enemy stuff. I actually should revert all these changes. I should have done that before I started working on this, but now we're here. You swap both left and right click weapons in my game with Q and E? Wait, are you saying you can press Q or E to swap the left and right mouse clicks in your game? I don't remember this. Enemy stuff, enemy stuff, enemy stuff. I don't know why this resource got edited. Oh, probably because I opened it in the dialogue editor. I wonder if the dialogue editor just edits it. Edits like No, it's blank, so it must be line endings. Are there any Godot enjoyers in chat who know why Godot is constantly changing my line endings? Oh, the swap, not swapping them, but switching which weapon is on your left side weapon slot. I knew this. I was there. A dot get attributes? Wait, shouldn't there be one? Workspace. Godot. Shouldn't it be in here? Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, maybe I don't have a .get attributes. Never mind, I'm a liar. It was right here the whole time. What is in this file? Wait, actually, do I want to show this? Okay, there's literally nothing in here. I was like, is this going to show my keys or something maybe? Is it a Windows thing then? Yeah. Oh no. But yeah, this looks good. I want to commit this. You may have opened and saved it with VS Code, maybe? What, the files? Nah. I'm fairly certain I didn't do that. What was I doing? Okay, commit this. Let's make a new branch. What am I doing? This should be on a new branch. What do we want to call this? Combat upgrades. This should be a dash. Combat upgrades. Bring my changes. Discard these. Discard this one. Also discard this one. Let's make sure everything still works after I just did that. Yeah, don't save. That's fine. Yeah, everything's still fine. Wait, let's actually go find an enemy. Yeah, everything's fine. Fine confirmed. So really it's just this. Have you seen what game I'm working on? No, I don't know what you're working on. Do you have screenshots? You got something you can send us? Do you want to describe it? I'm curious. Blaming Windows is usually the right answer. Yeah, most of the time. Why am my train of thought just doesn't exist today? It's not a train, it's just kind of like, it's kind of like a TV remote of thought where it like sometimes doesn't exist on this realm, and then sometimes it's right where you left it. Where am I going? To the weapon script. We can close most of this. Actually, let's just close everything except the thing we're doing right now because it's just distracting me. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sure that everything I just added is actually being used, and it is. Except for this. No, this one's being used there. And sometimes you need someone to hand it over to you. Wait, that's actually really fitting. You actually passed me the TV remote of thought earlier. I have a short video link with extremely temporary visuals. That sounds like a vibe. It's also on Blue Sky. Am I allowed to view it if I don't have a Blue Sky account? Apparently I am. I'm working on a puzzle game that I've been trying to make for 9 years on and off. It's further along than shown here in gameplay, not art, but I wanted to show the core concept. I'll be posting more about it as I make more. Let's see. Is there gonna be sounds? I don't know how loud it'll be. Morbs. Interesting. It's hard to imagine how it'll be used. Like, will the morbs bounce off things? Yeah, I want to know what the challenges will be, though. How will it be puzzly? Also, is that a fan? It is a little fan. Yeah, I'd love to see an actual puzzle. I'm really curious. It looks cool, though. It's a great start. Very Portal-y. And we like Portal. I say we, it's the royal we, I mean myself. There have been a lot of Portal-inspired games in development recently. There always is. Isn't there? I feel like pretty much since Portal existed, everyone's looked up to that game. If you're interested in joining the Discord, that would be the best place. Story you've seen more recently? That's possible. I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious. But if you join the Discord, put it in probably game dev and programming. Nor is it a bad thing. Added configurable. Added, I don't even know what to call this. What are you? What are these variables? Added the things to do the thing with. All right, let's see it. We got buttons. Oh. I forgot about buttons and things in Portal. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was imagining, like you have to ricochet things just right. Oh, I like that bit of you have to put the box next to the cube next to the force field in order to bring the cube through it. That's cool. I'm a fan. That looks great. I love this plan. It kind of feels like a mixture between, it's not just a puzzle game, it's also a trick shot game. Yeah, I think whether or not to keep the like needing to put the cube in front of the force field bit just kind of depends on the context of that level. Oh wait, I just noticed over on YouTube, Marcus Vanicchia said ask ChatGPT a long time ago. I don't know how long ago that was. But hello, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, that makes sense, Yag. I'm imagining a lot of situations where maybe it's not meant to be trick shots, but somebody's gonna figure out how to solve every puzzle doing trick shots. Did I ever finish writing my commit message? I did not. That would be cool. I was talking about the unknown variables, asked ChatGPT about them. Oh, I'm just trying to figure out how to name this commit, and I'm really overthinking it. Part of it is that I'm distracted and kind of procrastinating a little bit. The longer it takes me to write this commit message, the more time I have to kind of just chill and hang out with chat and not have to worry about working on the next thing. Made weapon damage, weapon and magic damage configurable. That's the best way to put that, I think. So now we need to figure out how to create like little interactable things. Let's go make some let's make some stand-in art really quick. No, not open. We want new. File new, 16 by 16. Let's just make a thing that looks vaguely like a treasure chest. Why am I doing this on the bottom? Can I move it? Rectangle tool. Where's the select tool? This one. Grab this, move this. Yeah, about here. And then go back to the pencil tool, do this. Give it a black outline. Maybe we should have an outline here. Yeah, that works. And then we need a slightly lighter brown for the top. And then we need some gray for the little lock. This is it looks very Minecraft chest. Actually, it kind of looks like a Pokeball. It's a square Pokeball. It's a Pokecube. Yeah, that works. Oh, this is A-Sprite. This is a program called A-Sprite. It costs $20, I think. Don't get Nintendo suing you now. I know, it's scary. It's a scary realization. I kind of want this to be rounded. I'm overthinking this. The plan was just to make placeholder art. Well, let's see how this looks. No, it's more Pokeball. No, put it back, put it back. There, that works. That's perfect. Export. Does it, wait, actually, can't you just save as PNG from here? PNG, yeah. Treasure chest. You sent me a 16 by 16 creature? Okay, that's not gonna work. We need to download the image. Open with, like, I guess GIMP is gonna be the best way to view it. I don't know. Oh, that's a good creature. I like it. Did you just want to show me? Or did you have an intent? Okay, we have treasure chest. Go to Godot. Now, get treasure chest and put it in the world. Oh, I see what you're saying. That'd be nice for, like, maybe something later. My first thought was it doesn't fit the vibe of the game I'm going for, but then you said stand-in art, and I'm like, oh yeah, obviously. I couldn't figure out how to make the ground of the, like, some of these layers shouldn't be Y sorting, but then some of them should, and I couldn't figure out how to make it do that, so now everything is just on Z index 1 instead of Z index 0. Okay, so this should be... Do we have a generic interactable? What are flowers? Flowers are flowers, right? We don't have a generic interactable type. Flower scene, flower script is just flower. No, it extends interactable. yeah, okay. We do need a way to, we need something that's non-interactable, or not the interactable type, or maybe it extends interactable type that, dictates. No, actually, everything that's interactable. We need to extend interactable to dictate what happens when you interact with it. Because right now the player handles all of that. The player gathers what type of interactable it is and then just figures it out on its own. And we're going on ads here in a second, so when we do, I'll be taking a break. What am I doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, we need to make you an interactable. Wait, we can reparent. We can just do this. Reparent to new node. Interactable. Create. Done. And then that sprite gets that. And then we need to add collision shape 2D. And now we're on ad break, so I'm gonna do words on stream. For the people over on YouTube, unfortunately, this only works on the Twitch side. I need to look into whether or not I can do it on both, but I will be back in about 3 minutes. Hello, I've returned. Yeah, there was no way. I've obtained food, so we're gonna do another round or two of words on stream. That gamer is goated. So impressive, that gamer. A goat. Oh, somebody already did rave, might be. Oh, breathe. I thought it was reeve. But reeve doesn't have an A, right? Just a bunch of E's. No, reeve with an A is a word. I guess they don't recognize it. Alright, one more, and then we'll get back to game dev. Yeah, reeve is a based word. Combine, impressive. Also, income is really good too. I can't find any words. Well, I did find coin, but somebody beat me to it. You okay, Ad? Oh, I missed it. Nice. Well done, everybody. All right, back. Actually, you want to see the leaderboards before we go back? Great leaderboard. Okay. Back to work. Why can't I see the collision shape? Oh, does it need to be here? Do you need a... where? Oh, no, it's because it's up here. Yeah. Oops. Nope, that's not right. That's not what we wanted to do either. First of all, z-index of this needs to be 1. Then second of all, we need this to be 0, 0, and then this to be here. Done. And then the collision shape needs to be about yay big. Oh yeah, I always forget about that. You can also double click on the icon. So if I can't figure out where this treasure chest is, you can double click the icon, or you can select it and then press F. Thank you, Yag. Thank you for forgetting about that. Okay, so now we have that. We need to give this information about what it is. I hate this system I'm creating. Where every different type of interactable gets its own script. It's bad. It doesn't need to be like this. And mostly I'm doing it just to identify the item. Extends interactable. It's so ugly. Yeah, what's the other interactable that we have? Does this even... Yeah, this one also just doesn't have anything. I mean, this one actually is a variable that's important, but that's it. You know what I'm realizing? I don't have a way to visualize if this happened. I don't have any kind of visual indicator to the player. Oh wait. It's like writing a rough draft for a story. It isn't pretty or efficient, but it gets the story across and can be refined. Yeah. I was gonna say something, but I don't remember what it was. My brain is just not today. I just don't have a brain. It's just gone. It's just like, see ya. I'm out of here. I'm taking a break. Good talk then. I can do you one better. Not only can I say penny, I can say exclamation mark penny. A say penny is say and penniless penny. Okay, I need to... It doesn't even really matter. Like, it... I need a way to indicate to the user how strong their sword is. And the only two ways I can think about doing that is like... You know what, actually? Okay. Ideas are happening. Idea happened. We actually do need sword items. I think actually each sword needs a name. Sword icon under the hearts. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, this is gonna crash. What I'm thinking is either, why are you, oh, because the game is running, I can't press Control S while the game is running, I forgot about that. Is like, maybe there's a sword icon here, maybe there will be like some sort of inventory / stats menu, and it'll show a sprite of a sword, and that sprite of the sword gets cooler every time you collect a sword, and then maybe you can drag, like, highlight over it to see the stats, or maybe it'll have like just a little text next to it showing the stats, like attack 10, what were the other things? Attack speed. What are all the things that I literally just configured? Damage and speed. No, sword only has damage for now. So yeah, I think that's what it'll have to be. For now, let's replace, or let's placeholder that by just having a number. And then it'll just be like sword 1. I think it would be really fun if each sword had a unique name and maybe little description. Mostly name. I don't know if I'm actually going to do a description, but I think it would be fun if there were like 10 sword upgrades, and each time you unlocked an upgrade, you get to the next sword that has some cool art and a cool name. Am I actually going to be able to do art for 10 unique swords though? Stay tuned to find out. Okay, yeah, so here, no, not in the dialogue manager. Create a label. Next time on Quest FZ. Yeah, this will have to be a label. We want this here. Call this sword level. I think also like... Dang, I'm actually gonna have to do Godot, GD, no, what am I looking for? GIMP. Do I still have GIMP open? I do still have GIMP open. Let's file new. And make a 1920 by 1080. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have this default background color. I hate it. Be white. That's probably gonna get clipped and taken out of context. Okay, so the idea, what I'm looking for here is we have maybe hearts. I don't know if that's too Zelda-like, if I want to do hearts, or if I want it to be, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do to represent life yet. But then there's also like Florids. Other games use hearts. Yeah, that's a good point. And then there will be sword art offline. Sword art, but it's not connected to the internet. Get it? Anyways. And then this will be like attack. Ooh, I think no, that's probably gonna clutter too much. Give me the ability. I should have done this on another layer, but it doesn't matter. We're just sketching. Okay, so I think, what if sword name? My brush is too big. Sword name, and then stats. So like this will be like attack equals 3. But then we need one more thing, which is all of the artifacts for the weapon, or for the spells. So that's what our UI is gonna look like. This will be like words equals like 10. I think this, I'll replace this with an icon that looks like a flower. But I decided trying to draw a flower right now is gonna look bad. But I think this is basically gonna be our UI. I think really we could move artifacts up so that it's more in the corner, because we're gonna have like 5 of them, probably. So that's what I'm thinking. But for now, just so you get an idea of what I'm working towards, but for now it's all placeholders. So this is just going to be some text that says sword level. And then what am I doing? Here. We need a func sword level changed value. And then this really should be an int. Oops. I think ultimately I want this to be an enum, but int for now. And then this should be changed to sword level. Really, I should call that sword level label, but too late. Sword level. I forgot to hook up the button. Do you know how many times I have been debugging, trying to figure out why something isn't working right? And I'm like, I can follow the trace. I call this function. That function triggers this signal. That signal triggers this function. Everything should be working. And so many times, I just forgot to connect the signal. I just didn't connect the signal, and I assumed it was connected. Why am I so bad at typing? What did we call this? What is this function? Just sword level changed. Okay, fantastic. Now we just need the player to actually emit that signal. I wonder if we should store this on the player. We also need to figure out a better way to deal with this save system, because this weird thing that I'm doing here is terrible. I feel like I could just open any random script and I would come up with some argument for why it's absolutely horrid. Why it's just the worst code I've ever written in my career. Okay, var sword level equals 1. Is the best way to do this? Yeah, let's do it. Just do a setter that emits the signal. Wait, what am I doing? This is the sword level changed. Why are you not working? Oh, because you need a colon. And then you are an integer that equals 1. There we go. We also need... This should just be like multiplied by sword level. Somehow I need to put these in like a dictionary or something. Wait, actually... Can I do... var sword levels? We almost need a custom resource for this. Make this an array. Because my idea for this is to have... I guess I could make each one a dictionary. That would be... It would be way better to do this as a resource. But the idea being that we can have... Like, sword level 0 has an attack... or has a damage value of 1. And then sword level 2 has a damage value of 1.5, right? That'd be cool. But for now, sword damage multiplier. Yeah, I think the sword damage multiplier thing isn't gonna work with this idea now, because I think what we actually want to do is multiply it by, do we have a reference to the player? We don't, right? Do we know who the player is? I wonder if we should make this a signal then. Or have... Okay, hold on. Its parent has some data, which is the sword level. The weapon either needs to know the sword level to fetch the sword level from the player, or we could maybe have the player just set those variables for the weapon. A little sketchy, or we could have it emit a signal. You know what, honestly, it would make sense for it to bind to this signal. Sword level changed. Connect. On player sword level changed. Then sword damage multiplier equals value times 0.5? No, that doesn't work. Because then when value is 1, it gets set to 0.5. But then if value is 2, I want it to be 0.5. No. I want it to be 1.5. We could do times 0.5 plus 0.5. Done. Is it elegant? Absolutely not. Do I care? No. I do a little bit. I'll be honest. Okay, then we want to print this. Comma. We need a space here. Swung sword with damage. Sword base damage times sword damage multiplier. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Oh wait, I didn't actually make this do the thing, did I? Oh my goodness. An object of type nil? But I did the thing. Go to the world, go here. You are not assigned, but I assigned you. How did you become unassigned? This is why I don't like doing things in exports sometimes. Wait, where are you, Angie? Oh, because I haven't updated that to tilemap layer. Interesting. Okay, player, when it detects an interactable, here, we do nothing. So here, we need, sword level basically just plus equals 1. Sword level starts at 0. Oh yeah, that kind of means we need to hard code the initial sword level, huh? How did we handle that for the Florids? It's just hard-coded? No, it's empty. How do you get set? What? Wait, does the player have something that sets the Florids count somewhere? No, how is that happening? Somehow this signal is being fired on when we start the game. We're not doing anything to load from the save load data. Everything is weird. But okay, let's just hard code it, I guess. Let's just grab this, put this in ready. Please do that, and then this will be 0. 0. So we're level 1. Wait, can I keep interacting with that? No, why? Because the player, when it detects an interactable, should just increment it. Here. Sword level should just keep incrementing. What if here we pronounce sword level? Wait, what? Now, sword level is what we're looking for. Done. Why are you Ingy? Oh, because this needs to be a comma. Yeah, you're angry because I pressed Control S while the game is running. Sword level now 0. Am I crazy? Chat. Since when is 0 plus 1 0? Does anyone understand what's happening? Oh wait, I know what's happening. I'm the silliest goose. I didn't do my get set right. This needs to be sword level equals value. I forgot that a setter doesn't actually set if you don't tell it to set. Having a setter makes it so that it doesn't set unless you do the setting. Because telling it I want a setter, it goes, okay, then you do the setting yourself because that's what you're asking for. You said you want to do the setting yourself, so obviously you're going to do the setting yourself, right? Because you're not dumb, right? Okay, now every time I interact with this chest, sword level should increase. Done. Also, I'm realizing that now our base sword level is 0. That weird math I did is not correct. This should be value. It should be value times 0.5, but I think it should be plus 1. Because then 0 times 0.5 is still 0 plus 1. We get 1. The multiplier on the base is 1. But then 2 times 0.5 is 1 plus 1 is 2. Wait. No, wait, I skipped over 1. 1 times 0.5 is 0.5. Plus 1 is 1.5. That's what we needed to do. So I think this is correct. Yeah, so it starts at 1, goes up to 1.5. Basically just goes up by 0.5 every time. Which I'm definitely going to want it to ramp up more. Value plus 1 times 0.5 will make the initial, when sword level is 0, the base multiplier will be, yeah, will be 0.5. And we don't want that. Okay, so I think that's it for weapon stuff. We are eventually gonna want like either a dialogue pop-up that shows the sword and its information when we interact with it, or potentially, hear me out here, a cool animation where the chest opens and then the sword rises from it. I think that'd be cool. Would be excellent. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what to do about this. Somehow I either need the interactable to somehow tell the player, like, this is what item / variable I hold. And this is how many of it. So like for flowers, to be like, I hold flowers and I have one of them. I has weapon. Does Godot have enums? Yes. Yeah, I guess that's the idea. Is it would have to be interactable. We would want something that's just like yeah, like type. I don't know if type is a used word in Godot or a native word. What's a primitive? If it's built in, that's the word I was looking for. This needs to be var type, and then that would be an enum where the enums would be like flowers or weapon or weapon upgrade, I guess. There's a lot of weird things. There's a lot of weird nuances. But I guess the point is none of this matters. Because I could still have all of these be variables. Like it still could be var flowers, var weapon, weapon level or something, var dialogue name for when the interactable is a character. And then it could just only look for the variables that matter based on this enum. We could have the player see you are a flower. So now we need to check the flowers variable and ignore the other ones. It's a way to do it. Because how many different interactables do I have right now? Actually, we can see them right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's kind of it. Yeah, that's true. We will have potentially other items. Yeah, so it's still just going to be so many variables that don't need to exist. We can make these resources, actually. Wait, actually, that is the way to go, actually. Okay, wait, hold on. This should instead be resource of type resource. And it just holds an instance of an item resource or an interactable resource. I think that's what I'm going to call it. No, interactive. Yeah, we can do interactable resource. Create new. Wait, no, script. Create new. Create new script. So we can call this interactable resource. And then this can just be, you need a class name. And then this can just be at export type, and this can have the enum for what kind of type it is. And then we'll make, no, we still have that problem of having 1 million scripts. I was thinking we can make child resources that hold the extra information. It's kind of like either we have a script with 1 million variables, or we have 1 million individual scripts with 2 variables. Those are our only options. And I hate both those options so much. I'm so angry about it. The only other idea is like a dictionary. We need something. Yeah, this interactable resource idea isn't gonna work. Hi Munglo, how's it going? Welcome to the Quellus's brain isn't working, and we are just watching as Quellus goes insane live on stream. Quellus slips further and further into madness. The stream. What is it you're trying to do? Okay, so I have various items around my world that are interactable. Turn Q to a squirrel. Let's do it. It's squirrel time. Hello, am Q squirrel, aka squirrel. Wait, how did Squellis? That's what it was, aka Squellis. Anyways, I have various things around my world that are interactable. We have the NPCs seen here as the Godot logo. We have this treasure chest that I'm making now that will give you beautiful rodent, very distinguished. Thank you. We have this treasure chest I'm making now that will give you armor upgrades, or not armor upgrades, right now weapon upgrades. It'll give you better swords. We have all of these flowers that the sprites will generate once you load the game, but for now it's the sprite. We have these flowers you can pick up. The boss, once you kill him, will also drop an artifact you can pick up. We have a bunch of different things that you can interact with that I was trying to capture with this interactable script. And the way that I did that is really bad. Well, one way that I can improve this right off the bat, maybe, no, hold on. The way I did this is really bad. So we have this base interactable script, but then everything that is interactable, like flower, has its own script that extends the interactable script, and then the player knows what variable in that script to fetch. So like, if the thing that we're interacting with is type interactable, and if that thing is type flower, then we grab the flowers variable. Actually, we don't actually do that, we just make assumptions. But that would be the idea, is we would grab its flowers variable. That would tell us how many flowers the flower has. And then same here, where it's like, if it's a dialogue interactable, then we know to grab the like character name off of it. So I'm trying to figure out how to make this system better. My first thought was I can have an enum instead, and then have all of the variables. See how the decision is made in player? This is a wrong place. Yeah. What would you do instead? The player should tell flower to interact. So then does like the player, so if we're interacting with the flower, we call like the interact function, because interactable, we basically just get rid of this and replace this with if interactable, call interact, right? But then we have like our flowers inventory. Is the idea that the interactable itself will make a call into the player to change this variable? How does it know? Then that calls game logic from flower. This player interacted with me. Game logic then solves what should happen. That is how I set up the flow. Oh, you think that we should have like the overall game handle that. The chest is gonna have its own enum. I guess the chest doesn't necessarily... No, it does. Because it'll have its own animation. Keeping the flower super simple in the logic that affects the game experience in a game logic class. That makes sense. Have a good one, Wesley. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. So what I'm thinking is this script is what I'm calling the game script, which mostly it just handles the UI and level loading. So I'm thinking maybe you break out the cases of what was interacted with in something like game logic. Yeah, I'm thinking now that maybe what should happen is we should have this script bind to a signal on the player that it interacted with something. And then the player, instead of doing any of this, will just emit the signal. Be like, I found an interactable and I want to interact with it. Signal emitted. And then the game handles all the rest. Which also pretty much just gets rid of all of these other signals that I'm binding to on the player and combines them into one. Because almost all of these are just different interactables that I've interacted with. Well, except health changed. But this is like, I interacted with a flower. I interacted with a sword upgrade. I interacted with a dialogue. So that makes sense. An interactable interface. What do you mean by interfaces? Isn't a signal basically an interface? Explain. Interface is a definition that can't itself be instanced. But it defines how to interact with an instance of a type that implements it. Oh, I am literally incapable of having interfaces. I see what you're saying. You weren't saying I haven't implemented interfaces. You're saying I don't have the ability to use interfaces, so things are going to be different. Got it. Any class that would implement an interface has to define methods like interact. I'm kicking myself a little bit for not knowing the word interface. Like, I know this word. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm following now. Which is super rough. Like, there's so many scenarios that I would love to have interfaces, and I just can't. Hi, Loki! Again, were you here earlier, Loki? But hi again. Good to see you. We are about to go on ads here in a moment. So I'll be taking a break and we'll be doing words on the stream during the ads. How does that work? Nice. Hope you had a good work. I'm home now. Nice. Being home is lit. We like home. Okay, there's our ad break. Let's go words on stream. Can I just restart? Alright, we're going from level 8. Good luck, everybody. Well, we tried, Adam. Okay, I've returned. We're almost back from ads. We're back from ads. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. You use GDuber? Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I've been... What's the word? I've been caught. My cover is blown. I don't want to be Sigma. But hi, Mapsy. Sounds like a compliment to me, I guess. Why are you saying this in my chat? Why have you come in here with so much energy? My goodness. Okay, what was I doing? Why am I here? I've never seen this symbol for signals before. I guess that means that it's signaling below instead of up. What are you eating? I'm eating dried mango. Cheese? Wait, do people just casually eat cheese? Like, people just snack on cheese? Close enough. Well, everybody eats cheese, but do you like... That's a bold statement. Everybody eats cheese. A lot of people don't eat cheese, but I mean, like, everybody who eats cheese, but do you, like, casually snack on it? A friend of me has godly cheese and he eats it with nothing. Really? Interesting. Yeah, in my case, like, I mostly experience cheese like on a sandwich or in a dish. And then if I do snack on cheese, it's like at a party with a charcuterie board where it's like you get a slice of cheese and put it on a cracker and then top it with a little slice of meat, right? Cheese is more of a topping or something to me, at least. Cube some cheese and just snack it? Interesting. I did have a couple months recently where I couldn't eat cheese at all, but now I'm able to eat cheese. So I could totally be snacking on cheese. Kind of a skill issue on my part, I just found out. I live in France, so cheese is good here. Yeah, Mapsy also lives in a place in the country, or a place in the world, a country in the world that has good cheese. I don't know how to compare if, like, I go to my grocery store and look at cheese in the cheese aisle, if the stuff that looks like it's fancy and came from a country that makes good cheese, if it's actually good cheese. Or if I found a, what's a good German cheese? Is it Brie? Is Brie a German cheese? If I'm wrong, it's going to be very embarrassing. No, Brie is French. Brie is a French cheese. So my point is, if I went to the grocery store and bought the best looking Brie that they had at the grocery store and fed it to somebody who is from France, would they be like, this is garbage Brie? What kind of Brie is this? Yeah, I guess I mean good by, like, your standards. Good by the standards of the people who pioneered cheese. Okay, where were we? The best cheeses. The best cheese is the one that's not on the shelf, like behind the glass, and you have to ask to get it. That's a good point. I don't know if the deli at my grocery store has a cheese counter. They have a counter for like cold cut meat. I actually don't know any of those. Most cheese here comes from Bavaria. Interesting. Yeah, I think I've had a lot more French cheeses than German cheeses. Where does Godot come from again? From South Holland. Godot is French, not according to Wikipedia. Sorry. I think I am gonna need to do this 1 million scripts thing. Because I need to differentiate between different aspects or different things that this interactable can be and can have, and sometimes it can be and have multiple things. So I think the best way to do that is for each type to have a resource. I think I'm gonna have to do it. I think it has to be... I think it just has to be terrible. Because, like, for example, like when we interact with a dialogue, mostly NPCs, normally the only information we need from it is the name of the character. But then on occasion, specifically the first time we talked to the old Anki guy, the real, he gives us a weapon. So somehow we also need to know, like, not only is this a dialogue interactable, it's also the equivalent to like the scythe class. It's both at the same time. And that could also just be part of the dialogue. Maybe I could have the dialogue emit a signal that tells the player, hey, you should get a weapon now. So there is also that aspect of it, that argument. But like, what if my treasure chest has not only a sword, but also gives you a bunch of flowers? Maybe we have gold. Maybe it also gives you currency. Should be in the script of the interactable. But then how does the interactable know who the player is? I guess we could pass it in. But the only way for this to work is if, like, we would have a function. Actually, we could do this. So, like, this gets the player. And then it does player.flowers plus equals 1, right? But only if this is flowers. So only if type equals flowers, right? But then we can also have, but then now we have this giant else if else here, which isn't terrible, but it's just like, should the interactable be the authority of what happens? Is it the interactable's responsibility to assign how many flowers the player has? I don't know. I'm in a place of like, I can't make any decisions today. Is your inventory in the game script or the player script? The player. The player kind of is the inventory, which is a little sketchy. My player singleton is usually local player. Write those things so it in theory can support more players. Wait, hold on. Wait. If your player is a singleton, then you can't support more players. Like, your player's a singleton. By definition, you can only have one. You can't have more than one singleton. What do you mean, Munglo? That's the definition of the word singleton. That is what a singleton is. Each player on the network is represented of something like network player? Oh. The local player and networked players are different. Are you using Godot's built-in multiplayer stuff? Like the, what are these called? The multiplayer spawner and synchronizer? Or are you doing it all yourself? So then my other idea is that this can just be like, all our interactable can be generic and it just holds an array of resources. And then I make a new resource for each possible type. I have a resource flowers that has a number of flowers in it, and then I have a resource dialogue that has the character's name. So then for each interactable, I just have to create an instance of that resource and assign it so that we can fetch the resource. Make a new export with a pack scene, and when you interact, it just instantiates the scene, and then you put anything you want inside. Yeah, I guess I was taking that literally, and I was like, well, we don't want this to be a scene, but taking the spirit of it, like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's just frustrating that I need a resource for every single item type. Not just like, I need a separate script. Each resource is its own script. For more players, you have avatar instances and network player instances. Interesting. I wanted to do something like that, but the way the multiplayer synchronizer and spawner works made that seem impossible. Separate things into separate classes as soon as they don't all belong together for all eternity. Yeah. It's just weird that I'm gonna have, at the moment, what is it? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll add a few, so it'll probably be, at the moment we're looking at 7 different classes. Each of these needs to be its own class, which is what we're doing right now. All of these are their own class. Usher them into the lobby fully before even spawning them as a network player on the network. Oh, you're doing some real fancy stuff. There's a lot of benefits to separating things that fully. Yeah, I mean, it does make it really easy if I want something to be more complicated. Like, for example, if I decide that flowers have different types, then I can really easily change that. And thanks for hanging out, Adam Game Dev. Have a good one. So you want to fix an input is in player class, but also has inventory movement and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, Munglo. Wait, so does C# and Godot actually support like multiple inheritance and everything? That's something I've been really curious about. Because multiple inheritance would be so useful. You need clean C# without issues. That seems unrelated to my question. I'm so confused. What do you mean? Because it's Godot that's actually compiling and running the C#, isn't it? Don't you have to? What else? How else would you use them? You have to in GDScript. So using C# and Godot is a completely different design philosophy. What I'm missing is how does that hook in? Because what you're saying is like, as soon as you start messing with Godot API, like nodes, it gets messy. So like you can't control your player. If I want to write a C#, if I want to write a player controller in C#, should I just not do that? Separate a lot of things that do not need to touch engine API. So do you use GDScript for anything that does touch the API? So then how... I'm so confused. How do you use C# to code things that are engine? Like a player controller, character controller. There's like an entire layer that your description is missing. I'm so confused. Like your dungeon generator that generates whole dungeon data almost instantly since it is all done in C#. Then use that data to visualize it with nodes, but you said you don't touch nodes with C#. Oh, I see. Partial class that inherits from some node. I don't know partial class in C#. I don't know C# well, and partial class sounds like it's specific to C#. It would help if I typed the right symbol. There we go. You can spread a single class definition into separate files. Oh, yeah. So like we have two different definitions of nested, but then once this is compiled, it gets combined into one class. Is that what that means? So then the class nested will have both of these functions. Godot uses it to inject a lot of generated stuff to wrap things, so it can deal with the lack of typing. That makes sense. Hi, Doro. Yeah, so if you're dealing with engine API, like if you're doing something that's a node, it would make it a partial class so that Godot itself can start adding like the ready function and everything. That's what I'm gathering. How you doing, Doro? I am procrastinating working on things. But you can do like virtual classes and multiple inheritance, right? So like you can make a in C# you can make like I have here where it's like class player extends character body 2D, but then you can also have it inherit from like an interface or something else. You can have it be two things. It can be character body 2D and also something else, right? I guess I can just look that up. Yeah, it looks like you can do that. This is specifically interfaces, so I don't know if you can have multiple inheritance with classes. Any number of interfaces? Okay, that makes sense. So like here's a situation where we have interface eye shape and interface eye color, and then implement both of those. How are you doing today, Doro? I think I asked that, but I'm not sure. I'm feeling sleepy. Well, it's not true. I'm thinking about ending the stream early because I'm getting tired and a little frustrated, and I just don't like streaming alone. But Code said he might join soon, and I don't know what that time frame is. It would suck if I ended right now and then Code shows up. Well, that's what he told me over Discord. How do you deal with save data, Munglo? How do you save your game? I'm doing this absolutely ridiculous thing where I have an autoloader singleton called the save load, and it has a gigantic dictionary, and I'm just writing and reading from that gigantic dictionary, and it's terrible. Man, Code said he's going to be at least 30 minutes. I kind of just want to end the stream now. Let's go find a raid target. I don't usually do more than save configs. It's using a singleton generic style that I just for a type and it handles save, load, cache. Okay. We're gonna raid Wallaber. He has raided me on multiple occasions, and he's a really great streamer. He's making, first of all, if you remember mobile games like Jelly Car and Where's My Water, he made those, which is incredible. He also is working on this game called Parking Garage Rally Circuit. Parking Garage Rally Circuit? Yeah, it's like it's a racing game, but you race through parking garages, and it's PS1, PS2 style, and it's really cool. It's a fantastic game. I actually bought it and I've been enjoying playing it. So we're gonna raid him. He uses Godot, and thank you, Munglo, for all your help, and thank you everybody for hanging out, and I hope you all have a good night. And if you don't have a good night, or if it's not night in your time zone, have a good time zone. Those are the words I meant to say. All right, we're gonna head into the raid. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye.